você?
Bom dia a todas.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone
Meu nome é
from
Lília
all
Schwartz,
different genders. My name is
curatora
Lilia
das
Schwartz.
histórias
I
aqui
am
no MASP.
the
É uma alegria
co-curator
fazer
for
aqui
the
com vocês
Stories seminars at MASP.
a terceira
It
edição
is a
do
great honor
Seminário
for me to
Indígenas.
officially open the third edition of the
Esse debate
Indigenous
acontecido,
Histories seminar.
o programa de exposições,
This
palestras,
debate
publicações e cursos de
is an
formação
initiative that comes
dedicados a
before
temas indígenas
the
que
exhibit
serão cursos
Indigenous
em
Histories.
2023 aqui no museu.
This exhibit will be
O
held
MASP
in
tem
2023
focado
in our
nas
museum.
histórias, né,
MASP has been
histórias
focusing a
apresentadas
lot on
aqui no nosso
histories,
Brasil. Essas são
different
discussões
histories from Brazil.
coletivas que orientam a
This is
programação
a collective
dos
debate,
respectivos anos.
and this
Nós
debate
tivemos as
sort
histórias da
of
infância,
guides
as histórias da
our
sexualidade,
exhibits. We've had
as
histories of
histórias
infancy,
das
histories of
mulheres,
sexuality,
histórias das mulheres
Afro-Atlantic histories,
indígenas. E em
histories of women,
2023
and
teremos
feminist
as
histories.
histórias
And
indígenas.
in 2023, we're going to have the
O
Indigenous
programa
Histories
Seminários,
seminar.
Orientes, agora nesse dia, ele vai contar com a
This
presença de
event
teóricos, antropólogos, artistas
will
e
give you the
curadores
opportunity to hear from
com as
curators,
perspectivas, e eu desde já
academics, members
agradeço
from the
a
academia,
presença de todos vocês.
from different parts of the world.
Esse
And I want
programa de
to thank you
semanas que
all
nós vimos
for
como
being here
interessante
this morning.
propõe a apresentar
The
riqueza,
idea of these
nesse caso,
seminars
riqueza,
is
complexidade
to talk
das
about how
materiais
rich and
indígenas,
how
as
complex
culturas
indigenous
simbólicas
materials
do
are,
Brasil,
as well as
desses
immaterial
textos,
culture,
cosmologias,
philosophies,
práticas e produções,
cosmologies,
além dos desafios
rituals,
e das
and
possibilidades de
challenges,
trabalhar com esse
and the
tema
different
tão
possibilities of working within these
importante de
fields,
museu,
especially
o
in a
MASP,
museum,
localizado na
especially
cidade de
considering
Manaus, mas que está
MASP as a
aberto a
museum that
toda
is
a
located
população
downtown
e
at
que
the
aprende
Paulista Avenue.
outras histórias.
But we
Eu
want
acho que
to
essa
open up the museum
conversa
to different
gostaria
histories.
de chamar a atenção que esse seminário está sendo transmitido online
Before moving forward, I would like to say that this seminar is being broadcast online free of
no nosso
charge.
perfil do MASP no YouTube
You can
e nas
watch the seminar
plataformas, como
on
vocês estão já
Facebook,
podendo acompanhar.
and we do have sign language interpretation, as you can see.
Enfim, eu desejo a todos vocês ótimo seminário.
I wish you all have a great
Mais uma
seminar.
vez aos palestrantes.
And once again, I want to thank all
Todos vocês que estão
speakers
aqui
who
no
have
MASP
accepted
hoje
our
e nos
invitation.
apoiam sempre.
And I want to thank
Eu
our
vou passar
audience, who's
imediatamente
always
para
very
a
supportive.
colega que vai
With
fazer a
that, I want to
moderação
hand the
desse
floor over
seminário.
to Guilherme, who will be mediating the next discussion. Thank you. Thank you, Lilia. I want to thank everyone who's watching us from different parts of the world. My name is Guilherme Gilfrido. I'm the assistant curator at the museum with André Pedrosa, André Mesquita, Adriano Pedrosa. I'm one of the organizers of this event, and I will be mediating the first session. Today, we're going to have three speakers, each of which will have 20 minutes for their talk, totaling 1 hour, considering the three speakers. After their presentation, we will have a debate that will last 30 minutes. You can pose your questions in the written form on YouTube. Just send your question through the chat box. We'll be reading these questions and we'll select the ones we're going to ask the speakers by the end of this round table. In the afternoon, we're going to have the same dynamics. With no further ado, let's start. We are now going to hear from Ariel Kuarai Ortega. Ariel is an indigenous filmmaker of the Mbia Guarani ethnicity. He currently lives at the Coenju village. That's where he's located right now. This village is located in the municipality of São Miguel das Missões. He's a member of the MBA Guarani Cinema Collective, created in 2007 during the first video workshop held there. He co-directed the films Two Aldeias, Uma Caminhada, As Bicicletas em Anderu, Desterro Guarani, Tava a Casa de Pedra in 2012, and No Caminho com Mário 2014. He's currently working on Canuto, his first fiction feature film, co-directed by Ernesto de Carvalho. So from the Coenju village in São Miguel das Missões, we are now going to hear from Ariel, Mr. Ariel Ortega.
Olá, bom dia a todos.
Good morning.
Obrigado pelo convite.
Thank you very much for having invited me to be part of this seminar. My name is
Agora
Ariel.
Coenju, que se chama
I live in the Coenju village,
Bom,
which is called Alvorecer in Portuguese.
agradecer a todos que estão vendo por essa oportunidade de
I
falar
want to thank everyone who's
sobre
watching the
o
seminar,
tema
and I want to thank you for giving me this opportunity to talk about cinema
nossa aldeia,
and the
para mim, em particular,
audiovisual arts in our village, and for me on a personal level.
a fazer o cinema, como começou tudo, né?
I want to tell you a bit about how it all began.
Cinema eu tive em 2007.
I got in touch with cinema back in 2007. That's when we held our first workshop.
Numa aldeia.
It was the very first workshop in an indigenous village.
Patrimônio histórico artístico nacional.
We worked with the National Art and Assets Institute. They had this project to come up with an inventory.
Fez a nossa primeira oficina, né?
And that's where we held our first workshop.
Realizado o nosso primeiro documentário em 2007 e 2008.
That's when we put together the first documentary movie
O primeiro documentário que se chama Duas Aldeias, Uma
back in
Caminhada.
2008, which is called Duas Aldeias, Uma Caminhada.
O primeiro acesso que eu tive assim com audiovisual que eu vi
That was the very first time I got in touch with the audiovisual arts.
eu via muito
But actually, back in the day, when I was a child, I used to see many filmmakers going to indigenous villages.
só que nunca
I saw they making movies, but after they recorded their movies or documentaries, the members of our indigenous village never got in touch with the final result or the final movies. And then I realized I could tell my own history. I could make a movie myself. And that changed everything. That's when I realized what it was like to actually make a movie. I realized I had access to this powerful tool that I could use to tell our own history. So this was a transformative experience. It was very hard to film our first short movie because the members of our indigenous community thought we were just playing around. But we were not, so this was a challenge. The first workshop we held lasted for 2 weeks. We recorded many scenes in the village, then we watched these recordings together. We brought young people, children, the elderly, and we watched all the recordings that were made over the previous 2 weeks. So everyone was involved. Together we decided who the characters would be, what the storyline would be, and what story we wanted to tell about our community. And that gave us a good idea on how a movie is made, on what the best characters would be. So some of us would go to the forest, some of us would
Outro então acompanha
film women,
fazendo roçar, é dessa forma praticamente
some of us worked the land.
as oficinas, né?
This is how the workshops worked.
E, e também a gente viu muita importância do audiovisual, né? Porque da câmera em si.
And the camera was crucial. We saw how important the equipment is. In the Guarani ethnicity, we are not given a voice oftentimes. Our story is always told by someone else, by someone who's not part of our community, may that be through pictures, photographs, or movies. That is why we think the camera and the equipment is so important. For the very first time, we can tell our own history. We can tell our history from our own standpoint. We, who are part of the Guarani ethnicity, are scattered in Brazil, Bolivia, Paraguay, Uruguay, Argentina, different countries, and many people don't know that. I was actually on a broadcast on YouTube the other day, and someone told me that there are no Guarani communities in Argentina. So we can shed a light on that as well. And we use filmmaking as a tool to tell our history. It's not only about building a fictional story. We talk about our spirituality and ethnicity. So even that being a Western tool, that is something we can use to show what it is like to be a member of the Guarani community. That is why filmmaking is so important. We can also talk about that with the elderly. Both for the elderly and for our children, it is important to use this tool as a teaching or learning material, especially for future generations. Our movie is also taken to other communities. It has been sent to Argentina, so members of the Guarani community in Argentina, Paraguay, and Brazil can watch what we have recorded, which is also very important. We can now go beyond borders. We're now in the process of recording a documentary slash fiction movie that was recorded in Argentina. And there were many young members of the Guarani community who really wanted to work with filmmaking. They started making movies with their cell phones. As we saw that, we put together a workshop in Argentina. And based on that, the final result was a short movie. And now they have their own initiative. It's great that young people can use their own mobile devices to push this initiative forward. They can now record their mothers, their grandmothers, and tell their history. This is very important. Our history, our culture, and our cosmology is conveyed orally. Now, because of the Western culture and because of new schools, we no longer do what we did before. Sit by the fire and tell a history. Talk about our community myths and stories. So maybe we can make movies of that and show these movies in schools, or maybe at the community, in the village. That is also very important. Thank you, Ariel. Thank you for your talk. Moving on, we're going to hear from Professor Rosaura Andasabal. Once again, if you have questions, comments, please make sure you send them in the written form on our chat box on YouTube. You can ask your questions in English, Spanish, or Portuguese. We're now going to hear from Professor Rosaura Andasabal, who's talking from Lima, Peru. She holds a bachelor's degree and graduation in the history and social sciences from Universidad Nacional Federico Villarreal, as well as a master's degree in history from Pontificia Universidad Católica del Perú. Since 1985, she works as a permanent researcher at ISHRA, where she actively takes part in several projects. Her studies approach the socioeconomic history of Peru and Latin America between the 16th and 18th centuries, Peruvian art, in addition to the intercultural and bilingual education in the Peruvian Andes. She's published several books and articles under the ISHRA and other national and international institutions. Since 1990, she is the coordinator of the Indian Department of Cuentos Pintados del Perú.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for your invitation and for the opportunity to share this project that began in the 90s, but as you'll see in my PowerPoint presentation, it actually began before. One second, please. Can you tell me if you see my PowerPoint presentation?
No, española. No, estoy hablando. ¿Me escuchan?
Olá, Rosaura, sim,
Can you hear me?
Sí, voy a presentar perdón.
I'm going to show you my PowerPoint presentation, sorry.
Yeah.
Now it works. Okay, there we go.
Ahí.
Can you see it? Yes.
Buenos días.
Okay, good morning.
Bueno, este proyecto
Okay, well, this project was created and has been going on since 1994 by historian Pablo Macera. And this has helped develop the intercultural and bilingual education. And this is a project that has been going on for almost 3 decades. And we have collected several art registers or arts that have to do with the men and women that migrated from the Peruvian Amazon and the Andes and that now live in the metropolitan urban region of Lima, this cultural heritage has become tangible thanks to publications such as stories, catalogs, calendars in the native tongue and in Spanish, and as well as art exhibitions and rituals that have been in traditional gatherings and also participations in cultural events, either national or international. These are works of art by popular artists that Pablo Maceda says they build their own space and obtain, with limitations, a fair recognition within and outside of this fourth world that operates the internal part of the third world. This is Pablo Maceda, the historian. These images are in the Institute, and we have worked here forever, ever since he founded it in 1996 up until 2017. Unfortunately, he passed away this year in February. And I'd like to thank Guillermo for inviting us to work here. He wanted to be here. He would have loved to be here. He worked on all of these Andine works, and here you can see him, for example, next to the stone or next to this string game, and here with the painter and narrator Enrique Kazan, who I will mention further in my presentation. The project, Painted Stories of Peru, began in the 90s officially, thanks to the financing that Macedo got. And here we can observe his entire concern regarding this topic. So here in this table, you can see everything that was contributed before the project, everything that was done within the seminar, within the institution. So we have this contribution between 1968 and 2014, and we have several topics that have to do with the Andine world, arts, and so we have cartography, medicine, healers, gods, music, mural painting, iconographic analysis, textile art, Ayacuchano art, craftsmanship. And here you can see in this square that I highlighted here, we have these. This is something that Macedo does, and he starts to observe his surrounding and the people that work outside of the seminary offices, and he sees that there were workers of the San Marcos University that came from different parts of Peru. And what he finds there is a man who was a carpenter, and he collects these stories, these tales, and he puts it in this series project called La Quillica. And this has to do with what Macedo wanted, which was to revalue the language and the artwork and the stories. So this is part of Cuentos de Catamarca. We have several subtopics. And here you can see what was published in printed material in the 70s. It was of these two workers of San Marcos, Manuel Carvajal Miranda and Priscila Infante. So they talk about cosmogony, the antagonism between good and evil, but the actual project painted stories of Peru is divided into two areas, the Andes region, where we have produced books of Carmelón Berrocal, who's a painter, which of what I have behind me that you can see. And we've also produced the orality with Félix Gondori Vilca, and which is a case of Puno, also Zoraida Jara with Ancash, but we've also worked with schools, national schools, in different contexts. We've had the experience to work with the Colegio Nacional Mixto Alto Huampaní and Colegio Johannes Gutenberg, El Agustino, which is a school that up to not long ago was led by a Swiss, German, Peruvian congregation. And there were classes for the needy as well. They included some needy children in their school. Then we have, in 2012, we worked with Genoveva Nunez. And what we also created was the fiesta, the party of the Cruz de Mayo. So we walk, so there's a whole walk from Alto Huampaní to Chaclacayo, where there is a cross that is still being venerated, the May cross. So this contributes to all of to valuing everything that we have in Peru. Then we have these first publications that we had in the seminary with Genoveva Nunez, and we can see the art and oral tradition of the Quechuas. And on the other side, we have Lagos, Demonios, and Serpientes of Felix. These are all black and white publications. And we do this through the seminary and the universities. And this is also serves for research for the Amazon. The transcription is done literally in Quechua and in Spanish. We don't we want the researchers to be able to access this material. That's why we have it available in the languages. And this way they can interpret, have their own interpretations, and we can also have several perspectives from different sides. And here you can also see Flor y Fauna de Sarwa Pintura y Palabra.
We can see a number of institutions at the bottom. The Central Bank, the University of San Marcos, well, you can see at the bottom. Macera prepared this presentation. As the narrator tells us, we convey the information from the community without making any changes. This is taught in the universities, it is discussed and analyzed. So by anthropology students and philosophy students, they receive this material as is, so they can research. On the right-hand side, we have the publication from the Gutenberg School, published this year. So this was a contribution by students, their families, the teachers, and this was done at a national level. We can find stories, tales from the Andes and from the Amazon region. Now, this came later on. This was prepared together with Editorial Bruno. So these are books that tell stories using the drawings, the authentic drawings, and we used a standardized language both in Spanish as well as in Quechua. So this was prepared for students so they come into contact with Quechua, but this was standardized in both languages, in Spanish and in Quechua. So this was the project's contribution. These are stories that can be read to children in the Andean region and also on the coast. That is, we can use these publications to exchange information amongst the different regions. Now, as time went by, the project started to use different colors. These were to make a difference between the text in Spanish and the text in Quechua. Now, this was a more massive publication with Inca Cola Foundation. Together with the Coca-Cola Company, we translated some of these stories into Quechua, Ayacucho Chanca, and Quechua Cusco Colao, that is two different dialects of Quechua. Now, in this project, we have been able to publish all of these stories from the Andean region and from the Amazon. This was shown in the exhibit hall of the National Congress in Peru. And we also held 15 or more exhibits with Carmelón Berrocal about images and experiences. We spoke about the Aymara experience, the Sarua visions. We've also had the participation of Mantaro, showing traditional toys of the Mantaro Valley. And Jesus Urbano Rojas also helped us narrating stories and tales of the Peruvian culture. Mothers and Daughters, or Madres y Niñas, was a collection. We had the support of San Marcos University and the UNESCO. Now, Zoraida Jara, Testimonio de Vida, in 2003, talking about different aspects. We've also had photography and images in addition to the oral tradition. Now, from the Tineo community, the Ayacuchana ceramics. So each one of these are telling stories. That is, these are support for our memory, and they come hand in hand with the oral tradition in Quechua as well as in other languages in addition to Spanish. Now, this is another project with carpentry work, and this was done with the support of San Marcos. This was warmly welcomed by the public, by the audience, and you can see some traditional carpentry work. Now here we see a summary of all of our publications. You can see the covers. We've worked with the communities in the Amazon region as well as in the Andean region. Here, Zoraida Jara tells us about Lima. She is a very active militant in food for the people. That is, she works in restaurants for low-income people. So each one is talking about his or her experiences. This one talks about recent times in the oral tradition of Ollantaytambo, talking about how their traditional economic production still remains. So each one of these narratives and graphic memories tells us the stories, and they talk about the culture of people who live in the rural areas, and it shows how a multidisciplinary team works only as support so that these contributions can be authentic. The true contribution has these three levels. So we show a literal transition from the oral tradition into books so that researchers can use it for their work. The language was standardized so that the material can be used in schools and cultural centers so that the younger generation will learn about the different languages we still have in our nation and the different ways of life through these narratives. Also, this project was promoted between the 1990s and the year 2010 using different models of calendars. So this was also part of the work. We had the support of Tarea Asociación Gráfica Educativa, TAGE, who helped us publish these annual calendars. They were published for a number of years, and they included the narrative in Quechua as well as in Spanish, or in Aymara and in Spanish, so that this knowledge can also be shared. Now, in the Andean region, we can see the different languages. So Ayacucho, Quechua, Puna, Aymara, Ancash, Quechua in the region of Cusco, Quechua, and in Lima we worked with the schools in an intercultural or multilingual publications, so that the schools as educational institutions can also help finance these publications, publication of text and images. So we will have stories talking about the cosmogony of the skies, the water, music, healing practices. Now, here we can see the work by Carmelon Berrocal. He is the heir of an artistic tradition from Sahua. He worked with Victor Yucra, and so that includes oral stories by Grandma Francisca Puma Canchari, so that the new generations can also learn about this. In addition, the project has also published these stories in Quechuañol. Now, this is part of a work. As you come to visit Lima, you will be able to see this in the National Museum. It talks about the cosmos, the ecology, and the different levels of production, animal breeding, and agriculture. Felix Condori will speak about the Aymara cosmogony. So that's a different scenario, always associated to the lakes. Now, Zoraida Jara talks about Lima as a migrant woman. She lives in the district of Miraflores, and through her painting, she talks about the lives of migrants, especially women, working in the metropolitan region of Lima to support their families. So she paints on cardboard, And here you can see how these people move, that is, from one place to another. Now, Genoveva Núñez Herrera, she talks about a different cosmogony. This is the production of coffee and other products from the Peruvian forest. You can see some of the animals that can be found in that region. And these are the children in the Johannes Gutenberg School, El Agostino, in the region of Lima. They are in primary and high school, or K-12, between 8 and 15 years of age. So they're now working using these materials we've published. Now in the Amazon region, we had this matrix prepared by coordinators María Belén Soria Casaverde and Javier Macera Urquizo. The project worked with migrants in Lima, in the Ashaninka del Perene and Shipibo-Conibo communities, as well as Aguaruna o Awajum. Now with Victor Roque, Enrique Shingari, Lastenia Canadio, Robert Rengifo, Herminio Vasquez, y Romer Iacob Sejekam. So this talks about the Amazonic universe with the images associated to the communities in that region, the Arawak linguistic family. So it is different from the Andean world, but we still see the cycles in both regions, in the Andean region as well as in the Amazon region. The stories are told in a cycle because this is life. And you have the myth, as you can see here, Orient City, the father sun, and Kashiri, the mother moon. So this was how the community and the production on the earth were built. That is, it is the Ashaninka cosmology. In the region of Lima, they have different characteristics. They use symbols of nature to explain the origin and the cultural search amongst the Indians. And it talks about demons, gods, and other beings that can be plants or animals that transform themselves. So, in this sense, it is presented in a similar way as the Andean world. Now, painters and narrators working in the project, one of them was Victor Chure Roque from the community of Pucarquillo, and he comes from the Pelejo clan. In his work, you can also see the cosmogony. He paints on the husks of trees. So you have the texture of the trees as a background for his work. Now this is another narrator and painter who also worked in the Instituto Seminario de Historia Rural Andina. So he was also part of the project as Pablo Macera envisioned. He wanted to have painters and narrators from the Andean region as well as from the Amazon region working together in the same project. This is what makes the project so interesting. We were able to work with Enrique Casando Chingari, who conducted studies, but In the other cases, we were not able to conduct this linguistic research. The authorities sometimes do not understand how important this is. So there's also work being done in video. I believe this kind of intercultural production is extremely important. And Casanto has a very strong graphic production. Now, this is part of what was published in leaflets and also books. And the last one here, the Ashaninka cuisine. This was published also in France. This one talks about animals transforming themselves into men. Now this is another participant, Lastenia Canadio, in Peconcana, the one who calls colors. And Pablo Macera published a book with her. She works with these elements of cosmos, also in embroidery, not only painting, but also embroidery. And Casaverde and Javier have also worked with her. These are some of the publications. This one from 2019, and this is more recent, talking about the magic and people of the Chipiu community. Now, Inca Kola also published part of these stories, and so that we can come to our conclusion, because in fact I could continue to talk about this for a long time, because each one of them would have very rich details. But let me now conclude telling you that this project has valued the culture of Peruvian nations, working on the biography, the stories, the oral tradition, the origin of these peoples, that is their cosmogony, that takes us to myth, so that we can research and better understand the behavior of these peoples. So we have a general corpus of oral traditions, people who speak Quechua and Aymara, so that we can protect and conserve this cultural heritage for Peruvians and also for people from any other countries who would like to learn from this intercultural and multilingual education. Now, the research allows us to hear the voices of painters and narrators from their original places and also from urban areas, that is the metropolitan Lima. So this is a space of meetings, conflict, and hope, so that we all contribute to our history. This was it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rosara, for your presentation. Thank you. And now we'll have our third and last presentation of the seminar on Indigenous Histories. If you have any questions or any comments, please do send them in through our chat. Also on YouTube, there's a chat. You can send us your questions, and we'll read them and answer them at the end of our chat. Let me just wait until Rosara stops sharing her screen, and I'm going to read the biography of our next speaker. Carlos Fausto is a professor at the Museu Nacional of the Federal University of Rio de Janeiro. He's a researcher at CNPq and global scholar at Princeton University. He's the author of Inimigos Fiéis, História, Guerra, and Xamanismo na Amazônia 2001, and Art Effects, Agency, Image, and Ritual in Amazonia, which will be published in 2020. He is a photographer. He also makes documentaries, and he co-directed the film As Hiper Mulheres in 2011. So I'll turn it over to Professor Carlos Fausto. First of all, good morning. I'm going to try to talk to you without actually seeing you, which is a very virtual experience. I'd like to thank the organizers for the honor to be able to take part in this MASP seminar. Guilherme, Lilia, Schwartz, who are responsible for this wonderful project of bringing in indigenous histories to the museum. It's unusual because we usually talk about more consolidated and traditional arts. I'd like to thank the speakers who spoke before me. And I would like to suggest an experience to you, which is to become surprised by the collective imagery. Let me just do something. I think you can see me if I do that, right? So I'll do that first, and then I'll share my PowerPoint presentation. So I'd like to suggest that we become surprised at the imagery tradition that has dominated contemporary art for centuries, and that define the concepts that we still use when we think about images. In addition to that, I would like to ask you to think of other traditions, Amerindian arts that have been developed for 15,000 years before the Americas were invaded. In Western traditions, verisimilitude models are in the face of God. Before the incarnation of Christ, that vision was not possible. Hebrews do see God, but not in the image of God, but they do know that they were made in his image and after his likeness. At least that's what the verse 1.26 says in Genesis. God said, "Let us make God in our image and after our likeness. Let him dominate the fish, the birds, wild animals, reptiles that crawl on the earth." This intriguing passage in the Bible is attributed to a priest author and 4 sources of the Torah, in opposition to the Mesopotamian that was predominant then. There is no connection between a god and a king, but between a god and all humankind. Such an identity confers a specific deity to humankind and allows them to prevail over all kinds, fish, birds, and so on. Our anthropomorphism, anthropocentrism, was created right next to that kind of anthropomorphism. Now, I'd like to share my screen with you, if that's okay. So that paradigm was that man was created in the image of God. That's why we are so obsessed with verisimilitude, a perfect correspondence between image and model. Byzantium icons express that idea through a non-ambiguous representation of human. So changing the face that was made in the likeness of God would be something abhorrent. And that was why the church condemned that popular masking in Europe, not even masking and painting in the indigenous American. Amerindian arts blossomed in a completely different ground with other aesthetic principles that were almost always different to anthropomorphism. In Amerindia, truth, correspondence, and verisimilitude are not really connected. The main figure of indigenous cosmologies that took us to the world that we know today are not the master of truth, but the master of misdeeds or tricksters, who are incredibly creative, have an ability for transformation, like Macunaíma, who is constantly changing and is never actually like himself. In an indigenous context, it's not interesting to fix powerful beings in a single shape. It's much more interesting to explore the different sides of image because they confer their strength and efficacy to that one image. So powerful beings that are tried to be translated into images are like that. They have different forms, protoforms, hybrid, ambiguous, and plural. So we have an equigosity, not unigosity art, metamorphosis, not verisimilitude. But what's clear, what needs to become clear is how to do that concretely. How can you produce images that express those multiple aspects, those different spirits, deities, and ancestral beings? As far as I see it, Amerindians have explored 5 different formal mechanisms in order to produce those images, and they are here on the screen. Multi-references, which is the fact that an image points to different references at the same time. Recursive boxing, so the recursivity of the relationships between continent and content. The duplication of images and the fluctuation between the figure and the background. Qualitative instability, because you never really know if that image is of a human or non-human, if it's male, if it's female. And last but not least, quantitative indeterminability. It's very hard to know whether you're looking at plurality or singularity. Obviously, I don't have enough time to go into detail about each one of these mechanisms, so I'd like to focus on the first 3 ones. And I'd like to start by what I call multi-references, which imply in plural identities that can be attributed to the same image or artifact. These were masks collected by the Jessup expedition in the northeast coast of the Americas at the end of the 19th century. These masks are known as masks of transformation. Some people describe them as containing the face of an animal, and when open, there's something human inside, in accordance with a specific model that we call animism. But nothing is ever unambiguously human. One is a wolf, and then when you open it, you see a crow. The second one is a crow. When you open it up, there's a face, but it's not completely human. There's a beaky nose, like a predator bird, and a face paint that has other additional extra human elements. So what are these masks? Wolf, crow, man. What is the elementary identity of each one of these masks? About the same time of the Jessup expedition, other German expeditions came to the Xingu villages here in Brazil, and they were perplexed at all the differences that were contained. And I'd like to quote Hermann Meyer, one of the members of the expedition. For most masks, I could identify each field, each line, but I haven't been able to interpret all shapes. It's hard to decide up to what point these mask components describe a human body, an animal, or an animal that is immortal. Meyer gets mixed up precisely because he's trying to establish a single identity for each motif or mask, when actually the original concept of the art was to convey more than one image. Masks show us a torrent of moving images, not just by multiplying different references, but by using the recursive boxing, the second formal mechanism I mentioned to you earlier. And that's made clear in this example. Like a Russian doll, these transformation masks are made by putting one mask into another. But we can go beyond that obvious level. We must remember that within a mask, there's always someone that will wear it and will animate it, and that person has a face. And another side to that face, which we call soul. And in Amerindian cosmologies, they can have the same body or more infinite bodies. So there is no singular, essential image that defines one single image, but double elements that go into double elements endlessly. The Ticuna people from the Solimões River is famous for their masks. This is when a girl comes into puberty from childhood. They're called pele, and they cover the entire body of whoever is wearing them, and they're decorated by different ornaments and geometrical figures. Jean-Pierre Goulart, the anthropologist, identified in one single mask drawings of the aninga bird, spider, a scorpio, turtle. According to him, each of these drawings mention a specific quality of the animal: the velocity of scorpions, the longevity of turtles, the ability to fish of the aninga bird, and so on and so forth. Multiple references, therefore, can also be abstract. They can be less of a species and more of a quality, a characteristic. Another important aspect of these Tucunha masks are interesting to us, and this aspect can be conveyed through a myth that says that these masks can only be worn if the person wearing them is properly painted. When they're not painted, the narrator of the myth concludes, they're pointless. In other words, these masks are only effective if the person wearing them is wearing body paint. And therefore, there are different layers of skin. So you have a decorated skin inside the mask, and another skin, and another mask around another image, and so on and so forth. So this recursive boxing, which is the second formal mechanism I mentioned, can also be seen in Alto Xingu, where they wear these giant masks that look like dust mills. They say that during this ritual, the person wearing the mask becomes the whirlwind spirit, and that transformation leads to an additional layer of complexity. And that mask that was being worn by a human being now is being worn by a human being who has been transformed into a spirit. In order for that to happen in a temporary fashion and not definitively, the person wearing it should be painted by coal, and his hair should be painted by urucum. You cannot wear the mask without that additional layer of skin. Otherwise, the transformation into spirit would not happen. Body paint becomes a new wrapping between the mask and the naked skin. Masks are not only the only way to express this recursive boxing mechanism. Any wrapping can do it, whether it's skin or not. And I'd like to go back to the Quaquiutl, who wear those transformation masks. They belong to a multi-ethnic system in the northwest coast of North America, and their main ritual means that a host chief that gives out wealth to other members of the communities. That wealth is given out not only to people, but to names and titles. In the past, a noble person with many different titles who couldn't take up more than one position simultaneously would place a box on their seat to make sure that the hosts would put the luxury items into each of the boxes. Therefore, according to this anthropologist, to the Quaquiutl, humans would not only live and die in boxes, but they are boxes themselves. The universe is seen as a set of boxes within boxes. Some authors have suggested that at least where we have the complex of sacred flutes in the Amazon, humans are conceived as tubes, just like wind instruments. Jones took this image beyond by saying that just like rivers or anacondas or palm tree trunks and flutes, the human body and its many limbs, vocal cords, the gut, the bones, genitalia, are all tubes. Wind instruments are therefore a way to make inner tubes more exterior. They unleash the potential of the tube-like aspect of which humans are made. But this inner aspect, this interior aspect, is done through different ways. And this is where we see the plastic bottle effect. A shaman from the Auja people said to ethnic musicologist Acácio Piedade that he had seen the spirit that owned the flutes during a trance. And he said he was all black and he had a small flute in his belly. Acácio asked the shaman to draw what he saw. Let's have a look at the image. The owner's spirit has a flute within a yellow bag that allows you to see the body apart from the flute, the dark skin, but the hands and the arms are open, which tells you that he's not playing an external flute, but playing an inner tube. That flute inside the owner is that which is outside in the ritual as a flute, and at the same time that which is within, like a wind instrument being played by the owner. That topology makes us think of the pan bottle. Now, let's have a look at the last mechanism I'd like to share with you. This oscillation between figure and background. Try looking at these baskets, which have two colors by the Yekuana people. There are two patterns. One when you look at the black, and a different one when you look at the white parts. We know that both patterns are there, but we are only able to see one at a time. And we fluctuate, we oscillate between them. That leads to visual ambiguity and the feeling that there is something else that we're not quite grasping, a special presence. Another people, the Wayana, also explore that duplicity through what Lúcia Nandelta, the anthropologist, called the anthropology of successive action. Every single graphic motif among the Wayana comes from the skin of the primordial anaconda, but also at the image of a common animal and others that are connected to that successively. And Lúcia van Veltem says the Meri pattern doesn't just represent Quatipuru, it also represents another supernatural being with the same image but larger, Merriman. It is also a supernatural jaguar called Meri Quaicutin, Jaguar Quatipuru, that has the body of a feline but the tail of a Quatipuru. I'm almost coming to my conclusions. At the start of our chat, we saw that in Christian art, image is thought of as a projection of the divine on a humanitist form, or the form of humans or humankind. In the Amerindian world, however, the imagination of agency has a lot more with the attributes of the jaguar-like images than human-like images. Humans were not made in the image of gods, and outer gods were not made in the image of humans. So this extraordinary agency capacity is imagined as the super jaguaritatis, the aspect of the jaguar-like aspects, the point of view of the jaguar. The divine agency of Christianism is the opposite. Christ is the Lamb of God, a prey that was destined to sacrifice. Christianism crowns the prey, not the predator. That's why the devil became the jaguar of the world, the old world. Peter 5:8. Be sober and vigilant, because your adversary, the devil, will surround you like a roaring lion, looking for somebody to devour. So what to say about the figuration of what is devilish in Christian art? That's where we see the representation of metamorphosis. The malignant and all the devils captured those motifs, and that became art in the 12th century, when the Christian demonology first arose, but almost always left to the side. On the left-hand side, for instance, we have a manuscript from the 15th century with different anthropomorphic devils, demons, with parts of animals, faces, masks. From the same time, we have Pascher's painting, where the devil shows the Book of Vices to St. Augustine. He's seen as a green monster with red eyes, bug eyes, and a different face on his behind. That representation of the devil with different masks, zoomorphism, goes against the condemnation of church, of any transformation, of the only legitimate transformation, that which happens between God and humankind. A mask is the symbol of deceit. It is typical of deceivers, which always appear different to what they are. In Christianism, however, God never changes. He is always like himself, permanently. The association, apologies, the association between faces, transfiguration, and devils could be seen in many different areas of the Americas during colonization, and it was particularly strong during the condemnation of using face paint and masks. That imagery meeting was predictable. In the eyes of the missionaries, Amerindian art reminded them of the representation of the Christian devil. And because the power wasn't equal, would only lead to the repression, condemnation that would last for centuries and would become peripheral in its own original location. In conclusion, and I really mean that, I'd like to go back to Genesis 1:26, where I started. This verse not only founds our anthropomorphic obsession, but our anthropocentrism, where we see the image identity between God and mankind. We see that the latter prevails over the rest. It's a quasi-God sense, and that is our biggest condemnation, something that only now we are beginning to understand through Anthropocene. And there's another contradiction that begins there, which is not founded on anthropomorphism. In the long Amerindian tradition, the problem was never being similar to the human image, but how the transformational flow characterizes powerful beings. And now that last image I want to share with you. So, in conclusion, I'd like to offer you this last image. It's a mosh vase, the people that live on the coast of Peru, and their culture existed since the beginning of the Christian age, up until 7th century. While Christianity was beginning to paint icons with complete absence of tension and ambiguity, the potterers from the Mosh people were producing this wonder. This artifact is the synthetic image and concrete image of the argument that I've tried to share with you today. I'd like to call it the vase of transformation, and with it, I'd like to conclude by paying tribute to the crafty indigenous art of the Americas.
Thank you, Carlos Fausto. I want to thank all the speakers. Now, we do have some questions from our audience. I hope we can address most of them in the time we have. The questions to Ariel and Rosaura are questions regarding their projects that are similar somehow. So Ariel and Rosaura, these questions go to both of you. How do these tools are taken from their places of origin and get to these communities, both in Peru or in the community or village where Ariel lives? Is there a demand from villagers, from members of the community? Can you tell us a bit about how these tools get to your villages? Ariel in terms of audiovisual materials, and for Rosaura, the different narratives, the different stories, and so on and so forth. We also have questions regarding how these materials move around to and from different museums, movie workshops. Rosaura mentioned some institutions. We know that Ariel goes to movie festivals both in Brazil and abroad. So people are asking if these materials that are a result of your work are taken to different indigenous communities or not, and how that happens. Is that something that is already ongoing on your projects? And what about your collection? Who owns this material, if anyone? We have some questions to Carlos Fausto too, so I'm going to ask all the questions and then I will give the floor to you. We have a question to Carlos Fausto regarding Laudato Si from Pope Francis. He proposes a new interpretation of the Genesis and a new relationship between God and mankind. What do you think of the Laudato Si? Do you think the church is actually reviewing the assumptions that you made as you read Genesis? They're also asking about this art, if it adds to the narratives of the masks or if it actually offers some narratives of their own. We have many more questions, but maybe we can do a second round of questions if we have time. Ariel, can you start, please?
Bom, não sei se consegue me escutar muito bem.
Hello, I'm not sure you can hear me okay.
Respondendo à pergunta, acho que foi muito importante a gente ter feito esse documentário, principalmente.
Well, I think the documentary that we recorded, as well as all the other materials that were created, is very important.
Porque todos os documentários, né, que todo o nosso trabalho que a gente fez, ele sempre aborda muito a questão da territorialidade.
These documentaries always portray our territory and our journey as members of the Guarani community. They are also about our spirituality. And I think the majority of the Brazilian society don't even know how many ethnicities we have in Brazil. And there are many, I can tell you. So it's also about raising awareness. That's the main goal of our documentary films. I live in the municipality of São Miguel das Missões. It was a Jesuit community back in the day. After the war between the Guaranis and the Portuguese, we moved to the other side of the Uruguay River. In the 1970s, we started coming back to this city, and many people don't know that. Many people don't know about the history of their own ancestors, which ends up creating a lot of prejudice. When people saw us downtown back in the day, they were oftentimes racist, or they had racist actions towards us. So the documentary films we made changed that, because now through image and through audio, we managed to change this prejudiced gaze towards us.
a massa, né, a população em geral,
Unfortunately, in Brazil,
indígenas, né?
most people don't know anything about indigenous peoples. People don't know there are so many ethnicities. People think it's all about Tupi Guarani, that we're all Tupi Guarani. People don't know that some indigenous peoples live in isolated areas and that our cosmo perspective is different from one village to the other. So these documentary films are useful because even if people do not read books or don't learn about that in school, they can learn through our movies. That helped people value us as a people way more. People also looked at us and they saw just a stereotype. They thought of us as people who only wore headpieces, who would also carry an arrow and bow everywhere. But we do have access to computers. We do have access to cameras now. And that does not make me less of an indigenous person.
A sociedade brasileira não enxerga isso.
I think the Brazilian society still couldn't manage to change their perspective. They think we have to look and act as if we were in the past. So there's a lot of stereotyping, and stereotyping leads to racism. But we have to go beyond. We have to think of new projects. This knowledge needs to be taught in schools. That is how we'll actually be able to change people's perspective. These documentary films are also about our history. Paraguay, Argentina, Brazil, and Uruguay. We feel like foreigners sometimes, but we are placed in our own territory. So we also want to show people what our relationship is with our ancestors. Thank you, Ariel.
Guilherme, eu não entendi. É agora para quem responder?
Should I answer now, Guilherme? Rosaura, you want to
Yes,
go?
I'm here. Thank you so much for the question. The first one has to do with how we've collected this material and how we worked using this material. One of the main aspects that we had to carry out during the project and that Pablo Maceda was in charge of was the economic aspect, the financial aspect. We needed financing to be able to travel to the communities or to the places of origin of these communities and gather the entire team and everything that that entails, the entire production process. So we carried out initiatives to be able to finance, especially from the Amazon part. We had people that came to work with the seminar, which today is the Institute. And in the case of Andy's, Maceda was the one who sought the information in local fairs, for example, in the fairs that we have in Miraflores, where the brother of Carmelo Umberrucal worked and who today is also a painter. So Maceda called him to work in the institute, and a project was created to collect all of this information of Carmelo Berrocal in the Lima area. In the case of the Amazon and the other informants as well, we've had a strong migration process since the 40s in Peru, especially to Lima. People migrated for better opportunities, for better education, better infrastructure, better living, and access to health. So this is what made these populations move. This became stronger in the 60s, and in the 80s, due to violence, there was a very strong internal clash between these two groups. And so they made these populations move to Lima and to other cities around. For example, those who lived in Ayacucho moved to the cities, and those who could made it all the way to Lima. So that's how we've been working with them. Within this context, we have gone to the places where they live, and we've collected material, and many of them didn't understand why we were collecting all this information. Like Carmelón Berrucal, who's more traditional and it's more associated to family relationships, building the house, and it has a wider background. And it's not only about cosmology, but it's also about the relationship with Earth and the skies and everything. How have we spread this material? Well, in my PowerPoint, I showed you that many entities have collaborated. They have really bet on this project. And we have had exhibitions in our exhibition rooms, in the seminar, and in Lima, and in other institutes, such as the French Indian Studies Institute, where we have exhibits. And so we take this memory in these boxes, these portable boxes that we can carry. In the San Marcos Art Museum as well, in the Peruvian Culture Museum. We've had several exhibitions in museums, and we've worked with a lot of institutes to show people this work, to display our work, and to show the narrative of the Andean world and of the Amazon world. And in the Central Bank, we have a permanent exhibit which you can visit whenever all of this pandemic is over. And here we have works of art with Carmelón Berrocal and other representatives of the Amazon communities. What could I stress, or what could I say as a self-criticism? There's an effort that was carried out by the Damas group who works in the Congress. They published part of these stories, and they re-edited the book, and they reached the communities in the forest, especially the Chivida one, and they sent this material to them. So the narrative, the oral memory that we've collected went back to its place of origin in order to be worked on as intercultural and bilingual material with the children in the area. In the Andean case, unfortunately, we have sought for different channels, and we have material, but we haven't been able to send it back to its place of origin.
But now the idea is for us to take these books to the communities. Unfortunately, we were not able to do so. But I think we still owe this to these people, that is to take these publications to them, because it contains information that they have prepared, their own knowledge. Now, the other issue that Guilherme mentioned, where you can find these materials, well, you can find them in the library of the Instituto Seminario. Right now it is closed because of the pandemic, but we also have a digital repository in the Instituto Seminario Rural de Historia Andina, where they are sharing these publications. So you can find them there in this digital repository. So that's where you can find not only our project books, but also other materials that they have compiled. Also, GTC from Germany, we worked with them on some of these materials. And, well, in the National Library, the Biblioteca Nacional, you can also find them. So, well, that's where you can find these publications. And in 2008, we also sent them to Idel University because we were invited to show these publications there. So that's, again, where you can find. They have the collection, they have almost complete collection. Only a couple of publications are missing. So we were going to travel to Sao Paulo, but we were not able to travel because of the pandemic. But as I mentioned, you have these materials available online and also in the catalog of publications of Seminario. So I think I've answered the 3 questions, but if I didn't answer, please let me know. Thank you.
Thank you, Rosaura. I'll turn it over to Carlos Fausto now to answer the questions I asked earlier. Thank you for the questions. I'll try and be brief because we're a little tight for time, but these are quite tough questions. The first one is about Laudato Si and Pope Francis, which I believe is from 2015. So, blessed be him, which is about caring for the common home. So what changes with regards to what I've just said is that in chapter 2, I'm afraid I'm no expert on the subject, but in chapter 2, we hear precisely about the point which I raised, which is the similarity between God and mankind, which confers a unique dignity to humans and which allows, or I would say, dooms us to prevail over all other beings. It's an incredible change in the way the Catholic Church views that. It is highly criticized, and as an important point in theological debate, it is highly criticized by evangelists, especially right-wing evangelists in the United States, because that is the key passage of the creation book, which is the justification for not caring about the common house. So therefore, if you don't adopt any measures to fight against climate change or global warming, so it's very, very important. And this Pope, whom I think is amazing, this Pope, in my opinion, he was very brave and managed to proclaim that, but obviously doesn't make the problem null and void in terms of aesthetics, in terms of understanding Amerindian arts, what they're all about, and providing space to that which I called a focus on transformation, equinosity, ambiguity, which are crucial elements of this art, which has been suppressed, and to a large extent by the church itself over the many centuries of colonization. So it's a game. It's important to have that in mind. And if basic concepts, the ones we use when we think of art, come from Greek philosophy and monotheism, Judeo-Christian monotheism, a lot of water has gone under that bridge, and there are many, many other possibilities. In fact, my comparison allows us to see the woods, but doesn't allow us to see as the trees. I could mention examples, which I do in my last book, of Christian art that was condemned by the church later. Apologies. There's an example here, the three-faced Trinity, which was very common during a period of the 13th century and which was condemned. And same thing here. Other three-faced representations, and this is actually precisely at the Lima Museum. So this type of comparison I made is excellent because it allows us to have some major lines of thought, but then we have to go into further detail. We have to drill down. Christian art does have some ambiguity, equinosity, because the whole problem of the Trinity and the representation of Christ and a God, a dead God, how can a God be dead? You know, that's quite complex. You still have images, and that was a debate for a very long time. But you also have anthropomorphic figurative art in the Americas, and that has been going on for the past 15th century. So we could talk about those examples. But what I was trying to do was to show that there's a crucial difference when it comes to this approach of the hardcore nucleus of Amerindian aesthetics and those that thrived in Europe during Christianity. We have another issue. I didn't touch on that point in my book for many reasons, because this is an entire different field of studies. I think the only example I would perhaps share with you of a plume mask, Olokoiman, that would be the example, from the Ayana people. And Lucia van Velten worked on that. But a lot has been said about these plumes. They're not just a complement. They have their own narrative in many different places. And one place where that is very clear is among the Tucano language people along the Rio Negro. And Stephen Hugh Jones reminded me of that when we were talking. He drew my attention between the relationship between sacred aerophones, so flutes, trumpets from Jurupari, and the plume art or tradition of the region. Thank you so much for the questions. Thank you. Thank you, Carlos. Unfortunately, our time is up. We do have many other questions left from the people who are listening to us about your presentations, but I will forward them to you. But we do have to take a lunch break now, and we'll be back at 2 o'clock. Thank you so much again, Carlos, Ariel, and Rosaura. And I'd like to invite everyone to come back for the 2 o'clock session. Thank you.
Bom seminário.
Have a wonderful
Muchas
seminar.
gracias.
Thank
Saludos
you.
a todos.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Good afternoon, boa tarde. My name is Devika Singh. I'm a curator at Tate Modern in London, and it's a great pleasure to welcome you and to be moderating the second session of the Indigenous Histories seminar this afternoon. I'll be joined by three artists, Abraham Cruz-Villegas, Sandra Gamara, and Sebastián Carfuquejo Alisti. You'll have the opportunities to send questions in as they arise, and we'll reserve time at the very end to answer these. So as mentioned, our first speaker this afternoon is Abraham Cruz-Villegas. Abraham is a professor at the École Nationale Supérieure des Beaux-Arts in Paris. Recent solo exhibition of his has been held at the Aspen Art Museum and the Kitchen in New York, as well as the Kunsthaus in Zurich. He's participated in numerous biennials, including recently the Sydney Biennial, the Nicaragua Biennial, the Sharjah Biennial, Kassel, Documenta in Kassel, the Havana Biennial, and Istanbul Biennial. In 2015, he received the inaugural commission of the Turbine Hall at Tate Modern, and in 2016, Harvard University Press published his collected writings, The Logic of Disorder. Over to you, Abraham. Abraham, if you're hearing me, you need to unmute.
Do you hear me?
Perfect.
Sorry. So I'll start again. Sorry.
Yes, please.
Okay. Indigent Stories. I deeply appreciate to participate in this dialogue as part of the curatorial team of this project, proposing works and artists into a well-designed platform that appeals to configure different ways of formulating questions for alternative perceptions of our time and spaces as humans, possibly creating deeper understanding on who we are. When thinking on decolonizing epistemologies and methodologies, it should be crucial not to follow Western structures. So to imagine more consistent arguments and tools, for instance, not based in binary models like black and white, north and south, ancient and modern, center and periphery, male and female, but all together, simultaneous and not excluding any in a critical manner, so not to pretend to ignore a long unfair terrain of hegemonic knowledge construction. This means accepting since the very beginning that we all belong to the problems, systems and its apparatuses, instead of reacting and relating ourselves with them as isolated or morally aseptic. My wish is to articulate something that escapes from utopianist flattening perspectives and to stand on possibilities that can develop deliberately critical, which means in crisis, a concept I grew up with and lived with, porous, unstable, contradictory, inefficient, definitely unfinished, and delirious stances. I want to name very specific references to this possible frame, as without them and their respective references and sources, my gaze would be much more limited and or naive. The main ones in this case are Mije linguist Yasnaya Aguilar Gil, with her long-term research on language as the real political territory. Archaeologist Patricia Caro, whose tenacious research makes me confirm that past and future are the same, or at least simultaneous, finding evidence of many kinds, proving that the ancestors of the Purépecha people are themselves, when they received a visit of some who came from the north and spoke their same language. Mariana Botey, an artist and theoretician who's been producing discussion for a while on the importance of the insurgent disobeying of the Zapatista army, still in clandestinity in the state of Chiapas in Mexico, as a subaltern resistance happening in 21st century. Art historian Robin Greeley, who, from a constructivist materialist critique, has helped me addressing in a proper way in my own practice the idea of the synchronic failure of the promise of modernism. Understanding the process of Mexican peasants and working class people into consumerism as an oppressive one, mostly during the erection of the illusion of the state nation and its pretended homogeneous national identity during 20th century. Mariana Castillo de Val, an artist, publisher, and educator who approaches the crossing points of archaeology and art methodologies when regarding a historical object or representation of it as a changing index, like in her observation of pre-Hispanic codex figurative configuration. Sairong Xiang, a scholar whose studies on conceptual inequivalence and transdualism take the shape of an untranslatable or unlearning process as related to defying so-called Western hegemonic epistemicide. I'm still scratching on one of his projects related to Tlaquilolistli, a system of painting, writing, and sculpting that was a divine presence in itself in Aztec world. Historian Federico Navarrete, who has devoted his research on racism, a concealed aspect of Mexico's society, related closely to the colonial fate of the mystified idea of the mestizo as the new race, the cosmic race, they called it, after the so-called clash of cultures. Race and class compose a dramatic axis of all kinds of violence in all spheres in everyday life in Mexico. Recently, I had the opportunity to speak also with Itzel Vargas, who curated in 2019 the exhibition The Orifices of Water, Los Huecos del Agua, at Museo Universitario del Chopo in Mexico City, that included only contemporary artists who considered themselves belonging to some native cultures of Mexico. Itzel shared with me her perception of such a duty from a public institution with almost no budget at all, dealing with all possible disagreeing from all fronts, including in some specific cases, the artists themselves. For Itzel, the hardest part was to deal and to negotiate with conventionalized indigenism, as understood all through last century, as a populist, folklorized, and touristic version of difference and tolerance. Like Itzel, anthropologist Natalia Gaballet spoke with me about her experience organizing Kixpatla, Art and Cosmopolitics, at Museo de San Ildefonso, also in Mexico City, along with a team of experts. They spent years of research and academic discussion, apart from working in a list of artworks, discussing with artists, museums, and galleries about loans, insurance, a museography plan, a set of texts from a seminar on anthropology and art for a possible publication, and all other etc. But unfortunately, the show went canceled definitely when it was planned to open in this recent March, just at the very rise of the epidemics. I am indebted with them for their generosity and sharp concurrence on a universe of something that generally is understood as a mere subject matter for the institutional specter, Los Indios in Mexico, as I think they managed to include the perception and representation of the indigenous artists themselves. Finally, in a wider and longer perspective, I am deeply grateful as well with Minerva Cuevas, Maria Teresa Alves, Jimmy Durham, Francisco Toledo, Damián Ortega, Fernando Palma, Hazael Holguín Zapata, and Paloma Contreras Lomas, for whom activism is not separate from art making. Once I described the overlapping and upside-down elements that compose whatever you can still call my individual identity and its numerous belongings, not to name my genealogy from art, I will start my story as a context for my participation in Historias Indígenas in an explicit, chaotic, and precarious way, both materially and conceptually, that should be understood also as the material for my personal methodology. In March 2018, I received a surprising invitation from the Zapatista people to participate not in a seminar, but in a semillero, a seedbed, they said, in the Centro Indígena de Capacitación Integral Fray Bartolomé de las Casas, Universidad de la Tierra in Chiapas, an institution that since 1995 defined itself as a community of indigenous and not indigenous communities, as well as an open space in which many organizations and individuals share knowledge, experience, and ways of learning and studying. Designed as an environment for listening to each other, parallel to the traditional Western academic system, this horizontal and diagonal arrangement of exchange has been confirming since the very beginning of their movement and uprising that the Ejército Zapatista de Liberación Nacional has had a deep interest and will of transformation through art and subaltern education strategies. There I spoke with my dear friend, poet and translator Gabriela Jauregui, in an intentionally interrupting each other performance with a violent sentence, used alternately by both of us while the other was speaking. Pero nos están matando, but they are killing us. I shared some stories in an anecdotal way about my Purépecha roots, mostly on how my father was deprived of learning and speaking his native language. Like many other indigenous children after Mexican Revolution, as part of a plan for consolidating a homogeneous national identity and ideology with an official language, excluding the rich cultural diversity from belonging not only to the plural face of the country, but to their own traditions and dignity as the nations that form Mexico as a state. Then Gabriela interrupted me, pero nos están matando. Then I changed my subject matter again and again until she took the word herself, speaking about femicide, domestic violence, authoritarianism, corruption, and the lack of hope and expectations for children in a devastated country, in which the word Indio is still used nowadays as an insult. I interrupted her many times as well. During that special gathering, having as an audience lots of women, men, and children wearing homemade ski masks, many persons spoke about their experiences in their fields as cultural agents. There were concerts, poetry reading, film screenings, notably Enrique Garcia Mesa's El Paso de la Tortuga, at Turtle's Pace, about the assassination and tracing of the bodies of 43 students in Ayotzinapa in the state of Guerrero, in which local authorities and police forces participated along with criminal groups. Like there, in a constant and terrifying way, alliances and complicities with organized crime groups happen all around the country, destroying the social tissue and producing more inequality and poverty. Among the speakers was María de Jesús Patricio, a Nahua traditional healer who was appointed in 2017 candidate to the country's presidency by the National Indigenous Assembly and by the National Indigenous Congress. Marichui, as everybody called her, has been a long-term advocate for erasing sexist attitudes from all indigenous emancipation purposes. And she became the first indigenous woman to run a campaign for that process, not getting at the end the necessary amount of supporting signatures for having her name in the ballots in 2018 elections. It became a real Sisyphean enterprise to get people signed, registered for that, as having a smartphone indispensable for registering each supporter is not so common in larger impoverished areas of the country, not to mention having access to paid internet connections. Another handicap was the historical urgency of victory for Andrés Manuel López Obrador, the left-wing candidate, who finally won the elections, that obscured the real goal of Marichu's campaign, as it was perceived as a vote-splitting strategy from traditional perspectives in a country ruled historically by tricky, corrupted politicians familiar to nasty practices in uneven competitions, regularly decided in advance in a democracy simulacrum. Since the very beginning of that process, all who supported Marichui's candidature understood that it was something beyond political parties' struggles and fight for power, as it was more about gaining visibility for people who are not yet meant to be involved in national politics, specifically indigenous and women. During my intervention at the Zapatista Auditorium, before one of Gabriela's interruptions again, I mentioned a little story on one of my father's sabbatical period from the university where he used to teach, and how he used that period sharing his knowledge for writing scripts and for amassing a vast musical collection in a Purépecha radio station in Cherán, in the state of Michoacán. The station was part of a broadcasting program in specific spots in the country for some indigenous languages speaking people, run by the National Indigenous Institute since the early 80s. My father was originally from Nahuatl, the closest neighborhood to Cherán. And for a long time, he carries the idea of returning back to his homeland to recover what he considered a stolen heritage. Rogelio, as he was named, was born in 1935 in a period of post-revolutionary Mexico when oil industry was soon to be expropriated to become the major income for the country for many years and until now. He grew up in a Franciscan boarding school in Zamora City, as his mother had to hide him as a single mother, punished by her family and community in a very conservative and patriarchal society, extirpating him permanently from his traditions, his culture, his people. Rooted out as he felt, he took the vows as a monk as a teenager and learned diverse skills and techniques that perhaps in his town, if not being an exiled bastard, he wouldn't have had access to. After some years, he knew how to paint with oils, to carve wood, to apply gold leaf on wooden boards and frames in churches. He studied theology and Christian cosmology, philosophy. He knew how to peel and cook a rabbit, to milk a cow, how to make cheese, how to make his own sandals in leather. He was able to play some 14 different musical instruments. He learned to read Latin and Greek. He sang all religious chants and played the organ during Holy Mass. After a life in the cloisters and chapels, Rogelio dreamed all his life about going back home, and he wanted to learn to speak Purépecha. My mother still says that my father's umbilical cord was not cut properly. She, Angelita, as everybody calls her, even when her name is Maria de los Ángeles, is the youngest of a row of 11 siblings, children of a Ñañú family, that immigrated to the capital of the country after the abandonment of the countryside and of almost all agricultural production after the oil panacea, and after the promise of a better whatever. Angelita was the first one in her family who had access to professional education as an accountant. Her mother, Maria, and her aunt, Amalia, worked cooking and cleaning houses of a new social and economical class becoming wealthier in Mexico right after Second World War. Angelita and Rogelio met in a Saturday-only Mexican curios and craft market, El Bazar del Sábado, where she was doing the numbers for, and he used to paint live as a side attraction in the patio, flowers, birds, and other decorative motifs, and portraits on command. She says he invited her to an organ recital in a former Carmelite convent, not far from the bazaar, where there used to be mummies in exhibition. Soon after, they got married with completely different celebrations, both in Mexico City and in Nahuatl, at my grandmother's house. There, both of them experienced, maybe for the first time in their lives, the closest event to a traditional gathering, including music, dance, and a very particular ways of conviviality. Someone told me that in the language of the Purépecha people, the word Purépecha means those who visit each other. And especially in these one-in-life exceptional situations, attending a wedding means for them something far from any stereotype. Angelita remembers, especially besides music, the exquisite little egg-shaped cheese called panela, wrapped in avocado leaves from Cherán, where they went visiting before taking the road to Uruapan, where they spent their honeymoon. Cherán was famous because of being a sorcerer town, so they said, in which traditional healing is, besides music, a very important aspect of everyday life. Their main economy was until recently the production of turpentine and wooden furniture from the surrounding forests, mountains. In 2011, there was a big revolt in Cherán, in which the organized women and men in what is known autodefensas, self-defending, expelled the corrupted authorities and police, built precarious barricades, and started permanent bonfires in all important spots and at the heart of the town, so to be alert of any possible attack from their enemies, equipped with large guns and so. Deforestation caused by disorganized criminal groups chopping trees to plant Hass avocado instead, notoriously stealing the wood, provoked also water diminishing from natural sources, besides affecting their income from pine resin and provoking violence, fear, and insecurity, threatened and harassed incessantly with extortion and murder. Jesus Morales, one of my father's former students almost 40 years ago, is the director of the Cheran radio station now. And he declared recently in an interview that illegal replacement of trees with avocado plantations still happen in communal Purépecha territories. And this, besides the use of herbicides, pesticides, and intentional fires, harm medicinal plants and wild animal life. From XAPUR, La Voz de los Purépechas, the Purépecha Voice, they broadcast stories and shows about the importance of restoring the environment, so to generate visibility and public awareness running the station with almost no resources. As it appeared in its news bulletin of the Supreme Chamber in Mexico, in 2011, the Supreme Court resolved one of the most transcendental citizen trials in Mexican legal system, also identified as Cheran case, through which recognized the right of members of the indigenous community of Cheran to elect their municipal authorities through their traditional practices. And of course, it carried a big controversy, but they succeed anyways in pushing off all political parties that accordingly with their council decision from them are banned. Political parties are banned. And there are no campaigns at all for running for all public positions for which women and men have to participate sooner or later, arranging long lines of people supporting one or another candidate, as everybody knows. I know I'm running out of time, isn't it? Sorry. Can I continue? Okay. So they closed the town, including all relatives based in the United States, who send remittances constantly to their families and who visit them when they can, if they are able to travel, as some of other communities did also in the states of Oaxaca, Chiapas, Chihuahua, and Guerrero after COVID. Transmitting from the radio station messages about how to protect the community from contagion and to organize people for making hydroalcoholic solution, masks, and so on, told in their own language, became a deep political statement. According to the INEGI, the Mexican National Institute of Statistics and Geography, there are 68 languages spoken in Mexico with 364 different variable versions. But according to Yasnaya Aguilar Gil, it's only 6.5% of the population who speak a language different from Spanish. And back in 1820, right at the end of the colonial period, it was 70% of the total amount of people who did so. Of course, the total number of persons increased speedily during the last century, so it changes the calculation, but anyways, it's a big gap in between. Jasnaya says that it's not surprising that during this period of a political division of geography in monolinguistic state countries, many languages are disappearing in a pace not seen before, including the colonial stages of so-called history. And she clarifies that, quoting, "This might not be that bad if behind this there wasn't human rights violations of other language speakers, and if these laws didn't happen during a violent process." In this context, she insists, every linguistic event occurred to be a political one, when buying a subway ticket or when writing a book review. And all speaking event involves in an intricate woven tissue of different meanings that goes beyond the linguistic ones. Each language involves a culture with its own specific and diverse tropes and poetic turns, grammar and ways of telling. So this way, a sole official narrative annihilates all possible versions, not only as interpretive hermeneutical acts of reading reality, and which we inhabited, which way, but also in terms of belonging to any possible community or even something you can call the self. In her book, Un Nosotros Sin Estado, or Un Nosotres Sin Estado, a Stateless Us, Yasnaya confirms, those nations that didn't conform states mean the negation of state projects. Most of them are known as indigenous nations or people. Far from its etymological meaning, indigenous is a political category, more than a cultural one. Neither is it a racial one, although it's been racialized. Indigenous are stateless nations, And because of that, indigenous are the Ainu in Japan, Sami in Norway, Mije in Oaxaca. And it's linked as well to Catalonian and Scottish people. She says also, in my community, Ayutla Mije, in Oaxaca, we have no running water. 2 years ago, armed groups dispossessed us from the water spring from which we got our supply historically. And until now, there is no act of justice, even after we denounce and given proof to the local authorities of our prerogative as a community. In spite of the legal assertion of access to water as a human right, it doesn't get to our houses, affecting mostly children and elder people. It's our land, water, and trees that nourish the existence of our languages under a permanent attack to our territory. How to revitalize our language? Languages don't die, they are killed. The state is erasing them. Its sole official language, which is with its pretended sole culture, with the water of its name, erase our languages. End of quote. I have much more written that I can send to all of you, and we can share it online. And I would say that I will talk briefly about a project that I did from 1993 to 1995 that I made a sculpture project. My main goal was to learn traditional savoir-faire from the Purépecha region related to local natural resources in each community, like clay. Oh yeah, sorry, I will conclude now. So I will send you the text later, maybe. Thank you. And this is just to close, maybe, that I'm trying to have here all the elements for my possible participation in the exhibition. And this is kind of as I said, a delirious methodology that wants to be consistent with the way of working and the maybe included works. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Abraham, for this great and very personal presentation. Our next speaker this afternoon is Sandra Gamara. She is joining us from Lima. Sandra's work has been exhibited in many institutions internationally. In 2002, she created LIMAC, a fictitious museum in response, she explains, to the institutional void in Peru. Today, her presentation will discuss José María Arguedas. Sandra, you need to unmute. And I've also been told that we need to speak a little bit slower, but for translation reasons. So if you can just keep that in mind. Thank you.
Okay. Buenas tardes y muchas gracias
Good afternoon, and thank you very much for inviting me. Se me sale el indio. The concept of purity of the natives and the Westerners has been an obstacle for these two cultures to live together, and this has given one and the other attributes. And in this space that results, we've built the Peruvian society. In this reading, I want to show the work of José María Arguedas in his efforts to include the Quechua culture in the Spanish narrative as a tip of what the museum can be when it lets indigenous people speak. Se me sale el indio is an expression that's very common when we speak, maybe when it can be used as a threat that has two intentions. On one hand, it shows the possibility of the savage coming out, of the uncivilized coming out, the person who uses their hands and not their voice, their speech. And at the same time, it's directed against oneself because you denounce that native, that indigenous person lives within you. And since it can be shameful, it's silenced. But this native is the one who lives in the stories of white people. This native, the art is an archetype. During the Spanish colonial time, a complex caste system was constituted, organizing everyone that was in ethnicities under this regime, where the more the white people killed, the more they could survive. The castes came from couples that were of whites, indigenous, and their offspring. They would change with inclusion and generation after generation and the white component until they produced white people again. Therefore, to hide or to repress the native aspect was the final destination of society, an intricate feeling of not belonging. While within the communities, in the Andean communities, the culture was preserved, sometimes disguised as foreign, but slowly it was incorporated onto the skin. We speak of a culture that wasn't considered a culture. It wasn't part of the story. It was prehistoric, if anything, because history with a capital H began with the conquest, and it was written in Spanish. An Andean culture, purely oral, was translated into writing and at the same time into another language. Even though we can't know if the quipos of recollection system made up of notes could have been a form of writing, the almost complete disappearance would show its importance. It's clear that oral transmission of knowledge was substantial in the Andes. The indigenous tongues were kept far away, waiting for them to disappear and die. But both tongue and culture were kept alive. The Andean culture lives off of its culture and language and vice versa. What it describes is metaphors of a feeling that has become exteriorized. Quechuas live and feel outwardly in nature, the nature of which they are a part of. To remain where they've always been helps them keep their stories alive. To have an indigenous voice that would speak and represent us in the Spanish world was very difficult and is still difficult. The right to have a voice has been constantly fighting against Spanish. It was only thanks to the 1979 Constitution that Quechua and Aymara became official languages together with Spanish. And this way we would be able to vote. Most of the illiterate people in the Andes would be able to vote. Voting wasn't a possibility for them. They would enter this universe once they dominated Spanish, or once they could think in Spanish. But even to reach this moment, a lot of stories were told. A national archaeology had to appear, and also a national anthropology that would seek to organize all of this knowledge that we had from these ancient times. And for this, they evoked a restoration and a resurrection of a glorious past that was left behind, seeking purity. That is a Western category. Others chose to destroy archaeological pieces, remains, for fear. This didn't take into consideration the cosmovision of the Andes, and it would show that that the indigenous people were still seen as an issue, a racial issue. Indigenous people were seen as a nuisance to the country and its development, and something that would hinder development and progress. The issue with the indigenous people is and was the problem of a civilization that doesn't see nature as a resource given to men, but rather that they have the right over this nature. And this is the engine of our civilization. These issues or these differences that can't be reconciled, we can also translate them to the museum when it meets the indigenous culture and its representation. How do we incorporate in a system of representation the internal part of the individual? How do we present them without reproducing them, without making it a caricature? And who should do this? When I was invited to this talk, that's the first thing that I asked myself. And I've been thinking about the possible answers, and I've tried to inspire myself in José María Arguedas. José María Arguedas was born in 1911, and he passed away in Lima in 1969. He's one of the foundational people of the Peruvian culture. He's used non-Quechua forms to understand Peru that is still segmented and hurt. Arguedas was a white man or a white mestizo who belonged to the hacendados, the landowners, and he was sent by his stepmom to live with the indigenous people. To him, Quechua adopted him and rescued him from this unhappy family. And to thank them and to continue living in this culture, he decides to rescue it, and he develops a Quechua identity that he wouldn't let go of even in Lima. His literature wanted to take that culture to the city, including myths, legends, and songs.
Now, by working in this way, he would start researching in anthropology, but the voice he used in his research will be the same he uses in literature, including intuition as an active tool in his writing. In fact, in his life, it is difficult to separate these two different types of work because he always worked with a goal, which was to protect the indigenous culture. In this sense, he wanted to save himself, after all. Arguedas is a translator from Quechua to Spanish and vice versa, and he will live through this as in a battle where Quechua will always be privileged in his own words. Translate yourself, transform into a culture, a language that sounds foreign. Communicate in this almost foreign language the matter of our spirit. This is the hard, the difficult question. Arguedas faces a problem as Madiasadistas. First, he had to translate an oral language into a written language, and then from one language to another. Both languages had very different ways of thinking. When Arguedas writes, he writes not only for the indigenous who want to be recognized. He writes also for those who do not know the indigenous culture. We could say, actually, that he is protecting the culture for the indigenous, giving that culture to the foreign. He believes the only way for this culture to survive is by modernizing, and that requires a process that will include that in the High Spanish culture. He doesn't understand the Quechua culture as a culture that was anchored in time, because it changed in time as nature itself. For his PhD thesis in anthropology, he studied the characteristics of some Andean and Spanish communities, and he makes a comparison of the development they had living under similar survival conditions so as to determine the influences that were present in the Spanish community and also in the Andean communities. And then in time, they became autochthon. He uses his historic knowledge and also his intuition, which leads him to better results. Understanding intuition as another knowledge. The tone of his dissertation goes from scientific data to storytelling in a trajectory that includes deeply Andean elements in a culture that comes from the other side of the ocean, meeting the Extremadura and Castilla Spanish communities, where he also finds elements of the Peruvian indigenous culture. And he expresses that the Quechua people appropriated part of the colonizer culture and they evolved with it. They integrated these elements as if they belonged to a single universe. The number one challenge of Arguelles was to show how the Andean spirit is capable to use different means to survive, even when they come from foreign land. So it is not to surrender to foreign forces. It is a vital attitude, as when they couple with the forces of the earth. In literature, Arguelles chooses novels as a means to denounce, integrating the most important model of the Western culture to the indigenous sensitive models. The novel will be the support for him to tell these stories, where Spanish words will be replaced by Quechua words, so that the very support of the novel will be transformed by this method, by speaking this language. And it is known that at that time, we're talking about the end of the 1960s, the audience that heard his voice could not really understand the efforts behind that. We're talking about a city of Lima that had this conflict between indigenous and Spanish, where mestizo would be a third component, a third element, or a problem for the other two. Only if there is correspondence with another mestizo that is from Quechua, he says, the Indian is speaking here, the Indian himself is speaking here. Not to remove Spanish, but also not to remove the author. As I said before, thinking about a utopic return to the ancestral culture is not part of Arguelles' work. He looks into the future, trying to find a way for this culture to survive in time and to modernize together with the Western culture. Purity is not a departing point or a finishing point in the Andean culture. So in his work, not only do we find the indigenous, but also the mestizos, the cholos, key vectors, because their presence is an evidence of this evolution on both sides, on both communities. A space where these two cultures can converge. So the mestizo is not the result of a union between these two, but it is a being that has two different sensitivities, when sometimes is one Sometimes it is the other. That is why the mestizo is so important in this clash. Those who are in the indigenous soil and they integrate the Spanish culture, but also vice versa. The Spanish that incorporates the indigenous culture. And he detects this looking at the changes in baile, and the folk singing of pre-Hispanic origin, which did not really change in time, but some of the lyrics were lost, in many cases completely lost. So while the indigenous begins to open way for the Western culture, the lyrics are written in Spanish and the author is identified. Whereas in places where the indigenous has its expression, then it is an anonymous singing and the lyrics are in Quechua. Now, the most important thing for Arguedas is to identify that Aguaino music remains the same because there is a need for identification. So in all cases, it has always been heard as Waidu, a paradigm of originality and purity in all of these Western ideals, so that indigenous can listen to their own music. So the role of a mestizo becomes necessary, not to occupy spaces, but to show the tension and the transformation that will happen. It is a complicated and slippery path where the movements are back and forth. And so the mestizo, and you can see that in the Mestizo Museum, where a mestizo has to recognize that being positioned as a mestizo in the Western world or in the indigenous world, we have to recognize the forces that are needed to create these spaces. In a mestizo body, we see this tension because there are two living cultures living together. So the mestizo is a place where we can see the difference between these two cultures, one living in a permanent present, and the other one, ours, living in a permanent representation. We have as a possibility to create spaces where we can represent the indigenous, translated by the indigenous for us, so that when they tell us stories, we can also hear our own stories, the indigenous stories that are told about us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sanja. Thank you. Our next speaker this afternoon is Sebastián Calfuqueo Aliste. They are part of the feminist Mapuche collective, Wangintulefu. Of Mapuche origin, their work reflects on the cultural inheritance as well as the social, cultural, and political status of the Mapuche. Their presentation today is titled Bodies in Resistance. You need to unmute, please.
Mari Compuche. Hola a todos. Bueno, antes de comenzar.
Hello, everyone. Now, before I begin to read the text, I would like to dedicate this text to the Mapuche political prisoners who have been for 87 days in a hunger strike where the Chilean state has not provided any response, not even in relation to Convention 169 that refers to indigenous rights, and it is currently not applied in Chile. The colonial pandemic extractivism has devastated water, ecosystem, land, and lives. The Mapuche people has historically been shaken by this process that began with the Spanish conquest, continued with the construction of the Chilean state, and has continued until today. Now, the search for this state against indigenous peoples still continues, and it is reflected in each death of Mapuche in this not well understood democracy. Our people has surrendered to the capitalistic depredation of all forms of life. Etrofilmodian, a Mapuche concept that includes this category. The colonial pandemic continues displacing us from many places, but we resist in face of this violence. They shall not delete us. As a consequence, women and dissidents from our people raise our voices against machism that has shaken our lives. Ever since the European colonizers came to this territory and devastated the existence of other forms of living in our bodies and sexualities. But we also fight against this binary world that is still present in some of our territories. This must also change. We question this sexual contract that was agreed without considering our experiences or our voices. We shall now write the history of our people with everyone. It is the only way for us to call ourselves a people. Colonialism, destruction and death, they continue to devastate us in different ways. They dispossess us of our territories. They make our lives impossible. They are a single crop and they do not allow for the existence of other ecosystems. Our way to resist is to think about how we can call ourselves a people, how we can write our own history after listening to all voices. So our bodies will continue to resist. Now I'm going to share my screen with you. Okay. This performance, Bodies in Resistance, was shown in January this year in a meeting called Knowledge of Wounds and a performance space in New York, curated by S.J. Norman and Joseph M. Pierce. This work compiles reports from the European invasion, different ways to call this sodomia in Mapogumdum, language of the Mapuche people, who have resisted historically to colonial violence from the Chilean state. In this performance, we analyze the colonialism and evangelism as standardization practices to devastate non-heterosexual identities that were present before that process, so-called discovery of the Americas. This work uses my body, the resistance, the blue color, sound, and the relation between hair and a Mapuche cosmovision, questioning the colonial imaginary of gender built by the Western culture.
On the hood or mask used in the action, a guñelve, star representing the morning star or Venus, is drawn. It's a symbol of the Mapuche resistance, raised by many organizations throughout history. In 1823, the librarian and writer Giulio Ferrario published the book Costumbres Antiguas y Modernas, where the clothes used by the Mapuche community are described. In this illustration, we can also see the guñelve, the morning star, as a symbol of representation of the people. The performance was done in 2 acts, the reading in voiceover of the following text, accompanied by the action of constructing the phrase kanyeshi, with the hair all arranged on the floor. How many times have we been named as the other thing? In what ways have our bodies been sinful and forbidden in colonial history? How do we cross the colonial barrier to name our bodies, which are not part of the norm? One of the first steps of the colonialization was to capture our language from the white evangelizing perspective. 3 examples of Spanish colonizing dictionaries of Mapudungun, the Mapuche language. In 1606, the Spanish Jesuit priest Luis de Valdivia published the dictionary Arte y Gramática General de la Lengua que recorre en todo el Reino de Chile, con vocabulario y confesionario, which is art and general grammar of the language that runs through the Kingdom of Chile with vocabulary and confessionary. There, we have the word huelle recorded for the first time to describe the experiences of the Machi, the Mapuche community healer. Huelle was translated as faggot, sodomite, unspeakable one, summoner of the devil. The dictionary also defines the word huelletun as the act of sodomy, of committing sodomy. Huelle, 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 huelle. In 1765, the Spanish priest and Jesuit Andrés Febres published the dictionary Arte de la Lengua General del Reino de Chile, Art of the General Language of the Kingdom of Chile, where he translates Alca Domo as man-woman. In the Mapuche language, Alca means rooster. And it's also the way to call a male. Domo, on the other hand, means woman. And unlike Spanish, Mapudungun, the Mapuche language, does not differentiate between genders, except in the case of the rooster or the cock. Also, this word was translated as hermaphrodite and marimacho, tomboy. Alcathomo, 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 alcathomo. In 1903, the German Jewish missionary and Capuchin Felix de Augusta published the book Gramática Araucana, Araucanian Grammar, where he proposes the word kangechi as the other. That denomination is still used today as a derogatory term of doubtful origin. Kanyeshi, 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 kanyeshi. We are the otherness, the non-colonial otherness. We are the otherness, the non-colonial otherness. We are the otherness, the non-colonial otherness. Western colonialism indoctrinated us with a thought based on the binary, defining as opposites certain fixed places: civilized, barbaric; feminine, masculine; euphoria, dysphoria; black, white; among others. The species we're not binary. We move through waters that adapt to diverse containers of our experiences and bodies. History has been built based on the extraction and destruction of our knowledge, our memories, and our bodies. We were erased from the stories. We were stripped of our practices. We are rewriting this historical violence, making holes that make fissures in the rigid colonial structure that continues to prevail. These holes, formed in each crack, are the possibility of thinking about us from our voices, from the place of our voices, undoing and unlearning the legacy that was imposed on us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sebastian, for this very moving, very powerful presentation. Thank you. So there are questions that will be sent out, and we have about half an hour for these. But before we begin, I have a couple of questions for our speakers. My first one is for you, Sandra. I was keen on hearing a little bit more about the status of the mestizo and adjacent notion of hybridization that you discussed, but in regard to your own work. If you could tell us some more about that, please.
Como decía, la idea de pureza.
Like I said, the idea of purity has been a nuisance, a hindrance that we've had to avoid, and many times it's a category that from the institution it's a way of keeping us in line. So opening this miscegenation is very important, and sometimes it's difficult to speak from that place. In my work, I really play with the different forms or expressions that are purely Western, but trying precisely to annoy it, let's say, in a way, crossbreeding it, let's say, in order to weaken it. Destruction is not the idea, but it's to debilitate certain constructions that allow us to have a more homogeneous dialogue.
Thank you. I actually have a question that is coming out to me from Guillermo for you, Abraham. He was keen on hearing more about how the concept of indigenous that you discussed, of course, was a political category that has been racialized.
Yeah, well, in fact, I am, as you maybe noticed, I'm referring and quoting Yasnaya Aguilar Gil, who's a linguist, and she's been, she's an activist of the defense of language, understanding language as the real political territory for so-called indigenous people. And I think the very fact of making the difference of indigenous from the Western categories, as maybe Sandra and Sebastian are saying also, is that different ways, of course, is that it homogenizes and flattens the landscape, and putting everything in the same taxonomy, let's say, as if all so-called indigenous people are exactly the same. And then, of course, like if we speak about Mapuche and Purépecha and all the different cultures as indigenous, it's impossible. And then it's more like creating a race out of cultural difference and languages and appropriation of whatever it could be called humankind, and then making this difference is producing that, like what I think Sebastian was doing in their proposal, like saying is, like the other, who's been calling us the other, and who says who's the other, what is the other, and then it's like pushing out from first the destruction and appropriation for the main resources that could be perhaps only language that is immaterial, is racializing. And I think it's a very important category to discuss deeper, I think. And in Mexico, I think the best reference would be, just to give a little reference, is Federico Navarrete that I mentioned earlier in my presentation as one of my main references. He's been studying racism, especially in Mexico, and he published two books at least about it, the Dictionary of Racism in Mexico, and then the other one specifically about racism. And then it goes deeper there in the understanding of the term as it is perceived hypocritically in general.
Thank you. So we have questions that have come in from our audience. Sebastian, for you, a question that I'm going to read out. How can we achieve greater synchronization, this is the term in translation in English, between the two who are part of the, between the people, who are part of the indigenous causes in Brazil with the Mapuche nation? And a question for Sandra. Someone would like to know how you incorporate or consider indigenous art in your LIMAC project. Sebastián would like to start.
Bueno, yo tal vez puedo responder a nombre de...
Maybe I can answer on behalf of my work as part of a Mapuche collective, not only with Ranging Tuleufu, that we also have a publishing company and a magazine where about decolonialization thoughts and the Mapuche calendar and the Abya territory. And within that platform, as Mapuche people, we've always been interested in linking our situation to other situations of racialization that isn't just the Mapuche race. And also question what is Mapuche. Mapuche is a people that isn't only in Chile, it's also in Argentina, for example. And we can't be defined by a nation or a state, but actually the contrary, there are a lot of Mapuche experiences in a lot of territories. And I think that it isn't only enough with connecting Mapuche territories, but also connecting with other territories that are indigenous within Latin America or other areas. So to me, it's been very important to link, because colonialism is something that affects us and continues to affect us in the same way. And many Latin American people or indigenous people in Latin America that have a very specific relationship with gender, and that has to do with what I've been working on. I think that our debates can't only be focused on our people, because colonialism impacts more than just one people. So I think that we have to always be communicating with different people and interconnect and just and create this and weave this fabric so that we can all be able to end with this colonial world. I read the question on YouTube, the question that you asked me, and I think it's how do I incorporate indigenous art into my project, right? In my LIMAC project. Well, as we explained, the LIMAC is a fictitious museum that is there to fill the institutional void of a contemporary art museum that is a Western contemporary art museum. So in that moment, I used indigenous art as a way of representing what's pure, even almost commercially. So what you can call craftsmanship or craftwork, traditional craftwork, is what you would see in the museum store, for example. It's pure merchandising. The museum was founded in 2002, and it's been growing, not only the store, let's say, since which is how it was thought of in the beginning. We included an artist that we can say is indigenous, because this person considers themselves indigenous. And Limac just is a place where people can be what they feel that they are. The museum is just that, basically. We haven't gone any deeper into that debate.
And are established museums not that? I can see you. I can see your expression. I don't know if other people can. Another question for you, Sandra, a follow-up question is, if you include the diversity that is coming to me, also that's being sent to me, how you assume and include the diversity of Peruvian indigenous people in your work and proposal?
En mi trabajo,
well, in my work, I use the forms in which the indigenous aspect is presented, like how the indigenous art is presented in contemporary museums or in Western museums. The formality in which it's portrayed or displayed, and that deforms what we want to present, because when we present it, we're removing the realness to it. So when I work, I understand that I'm deactivating some values. And whenever I've worked with indigenous material from our natives, it's always a re-representation. I give it another layer, where people can understand that there's a translation that is leaving a lot behind, that is not telling the whole story. It's a strategy that I use. It's a strategy that I use to make that loss visible.
As we gather more questions, I wanted to ask you, Abraham, since we do have some more time, if you wanted to, can you hear me, Abraham? If you wanted to go back, actually, I feel you were cut short a little bit towards the end and the conclusion. You were keen on sharing more with us about an ongoing project.
Well, in fact, it was not really a recent project or an ongoing project, but something I did some 20 years ago or more, in which I went to the region where my paternal family is from, the Purépecha region in the west of Mexico, trying to learn about how people use their hands and trying to approach this not technique, but more like the environment and the local resources in each community, town, so to produce learning for myself, understanding, because I'm supposed to belong one way or another to that culture, not being from there. So it was kind of trying to construct a little link, more than producing objects. It was my real purpose was to understand that part of my roots, and it was something that made me closer to my grandmother, and to understand that for her, translating my wishes and my will in my project, it was kind of an impossible mission. And then how it evolved and took shape in space in a very contradictory, of course, and inefficient, but also because of that, a very subversive process in which I unlearned lots of the things I understood about being an artist and what it's for in our society in crisis. That was in 1993, so almost 30 years ago. Mm-hmm.
Thank you. There would be a lot to be said about the process of unlearning. As you were speaking, someone was asking for Sebastian if he could explain more and share a little bit more about the references that they incorporate, in your work.
Bueno, para mí siempre ha sido.
Yes, to me, it's always been something very necessary to work with colonial archives because they're always permeated by someone else's look, interpreting indigenous bodies, indigenous customs and traditions. I'm very interested in chronicle or colonial archives because they keep records. Although these records did not really come from our people, but I'm very interested in the notion of history. This is also a concept that Sandra mentioned, that history begins when the West decides that history begins and not when our bodies and our territories decide. So to me, this gesture of rewriting and questioning Western history was very important, so as to think how history was accumulated, racist history was accumulated, homophobic history, transphobic history. I mean, all of these concepts that are contemporary today. And all of the records that I reviewed, not only for this more recent work, but even in the past, I was in this permanent search so that I could find myself in a certain place. Because the categories of the LGBTQ plus categories do not really make me feel comfortable or well, because they were built, permeated by white values. And so I started to talk to different people about these words and their translations. And it was interesting because many of them existed between the 16th and the 19th or the 20th century, and they were used to call things. But there are other words. For example, you have the word antokowam to call an egg that has no embryo. This is part of the Mapuche language, and that is defined as an egg or an embryo that will not reproduce, or an egg that will not reproduce. And so there are things, there are words that we use to talk about our bodies which cannot be translated into Western language. And they really describe the lives of our people. So it was very important to conduct this exercise of rewriting history and try to think about how my identity is connected to that. Because it was, after all, a colonial barrier that has not allowed me or other people to hear the voices of our bodies. However, today we understand it is necessary to rebuild our experiences and our links with other communities as well. So for this reason, all of these words, all of these terms that I've traced were important to try and decolonize gender, but not only gender, also decolonize our bodies, our hair, and many places. We have to continue to decolonize places and keep thinking about how we can break this very strong structure that has placed us into categories with a very racist and violent and prejudiced view. So, but not only referring to us, but everyone who came before us, our families that suffered violence and racism in our territories, and the violence that still happens in many territories of resistance. As we mentioned, the political prisoners in Chile, the Mapuche political prisoners in Chile. I mean, we always have to think about including more fields, more aspects, and not view that only from the colonial point of view, that is, from the purely gender point of view. And to me, this has been very enriching, very provocative, trying to rewrite our own history.
Thank you. Sandra Abraham, would you like to respond to this?
I don't know, maybe I didn't hear very well the question, sorry. I just was thinking deeply on what Sebastian said.
A response, exactly, on the inheritance of colonial history and its normativity.
Okay, well, yeah, it's something I think, again, about my references. Everything I can say is related to other people, ideas, and I think, like a Chinese scholar, Sidon Xiang, has been talking a lot about that, how to start a process of decolonializing, if not, as Sebastian said, it also is breaking and getting rid of the binary system. And this is completely, of course, is impossible if it doesn't start with ourselves, within our own perception of what it could be. Identity is not something slippery and constructed from a colonial whole system of education and so. So I think it's hard, but I think we can do it. And just by naming it's a very revolutionary act, as I find what we've been listening to today. And I think it's, of course, hard when dealing from within an institution to break with it and how to stop thinking and speaking this way. But I think it's language is a very powerful tool to start with. Then this is it. And claiming the territory again. I would recommend highly to read Yasnaya's books. Yasnaya Aguilar Gil. She's a very important woman for getting rid of this colonial part of ourselves. Thank you.
A follow-up question that has come in for Sebastian, but that could, I believe, also be directed perhaps to all of you, is how colonial violence has also changed relationships towards non-human beings. Is this something one of you would like to pick up on?
I'd like to begin. To me, it has been very necessary to also decolonize these links to nature, dehumanize the human category as the center of the world. The modern world has fully separated man from the natural world. That is, we're now a territory that is used by the neoliberal system and capitalism. So I believe that reviewing and rethinking our body, not only within ourselves, but also our body in relation to others in the space, in the landscape, in the territory. I think the most significant to me as I look at this place has been to find myself as a non-binary species. And nature, this category of nature they have built, is deeply violent, because that is something that does not fit in the binary system. Nature does not go in a single direction. You cannot think about nature as a capitalist element, as something that can be exploited. And to me, it's been very significant to look at nature, the species, the mushrooms, the medicinal plants that we use in the Mapuche world. So look at these elements, having a notion not only that we live in this world, but we live in this world with other beings. And that's why it is necessary to question forestry projects, especially in indigenous land, or mining projects, or hydropower plants. I mean, these mega projects, especially when they're built in the forest, they are a living example of colonialism. Single crops that do not allow for any other plants to grow. This is the colonial system. They don't let us live together with the other. So we must decolonize this precisely by looking at the others.
Thank you. Sandra, were you going to say something?
Yes. Yes, I'd like to say that as an organization model, the colonial system makes a hierarchy of everything, even life. So animals, I mean, just to talk about other living beings, the animals are in a lower category as compared to indigenous. I mean, if we were going to make a hierarchical list, so at the top, the white men, and then as we go down, the different ethnicities, and below that, the animals. Now, violence against animals is somehow strengthened by this hierarchy. There is this need to keep this hierarchy. And it's interesting how in the Andean cosmovision, life itself, it refers not only to the living beings that we know, but it also includes different levels of life. So as we talk about violence against other beings, the rocks are included. Nature is included as a living being.
Well, maybe I would just, as I said earlier, like in the very heart of the struggle and the goal of the Zapatista movement in Chiapas, there is lots of this reflection on how to belong to nature and not just like thinking or referring to it as from outside or from afar, but from inside in a problematic way, again in crisis. And this is important also in the moment of proposing Marichu, she's a healer, she's a doctor, she knows about herbs and remedies in the traditional manners. And I think she's an important voice, not only because of that, but also because she is herself a very emblem of decolonizing possibilities in all stages of our thinking as political entities nowadays. And I think it's in a way like bringing us to the front the idea that we are nature. It's not like we are here and this is that. We are all the same. It's an organism.
Thank you. I think perhaps on these words, we're going to end our session and end the seminar. And I wanted to thank all three of you for your presentations this afternoon. They were extremely rich, and I think we've covered a lot. And to thank our audience, we cannot see you, but I hope you enjoyed the session and the entire seminar today. Thank you very much. Goodbye. Good evening.